attention, please. It's time for the final countdown. The show starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Stand, 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 stand. Stand and sing of Zambia, proud and free, land of work and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for the right. We've won freedom's fight, oh, one strong and free. Bonse tulivana b'Afrika, uwasena minwa na lesa, nomba bonse twendele pamo, twalilubula, twikatane bonse. Jinga jomwe ntotulilila, mbule muwalumu no mujisi, mbulisi wazembwa uluga Zambia omubotu tonse tuswangane. Timtamande Mungu watu adalise Zambia, Zambia omasuka pasipande bendera yatu, pasipande bendera yatu Zambia, timtamande ubozi tipavu. Praise be to God. Praise be, bless our great nation. Zambia, Zambia, free when we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one strong and free.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this fundraising event. This fundraising event is in support of Mumba's Children Project, which is facilitated by Mrs. Hilda Mumba, who works tirelessly through the year with the support of trusted friends and donors to raise and collect equipment for the disabled. Her charity event today is to raise money to transport a whole truckload of mobility equipment to Zambia. So today we're hoping that you engage with us in this very important project where we supply mobility equipment to people who cannot otherwise access this mobility equipment, therefore living less than an optimal life. The equipment is some equipment has been donated over the years. Equipment was donated by the Mumba Children's Project to Arthur Davison Hospital, to individuals that are identified by other charities, and other charities can also access this equipment through the Mumba Children's Project. So today our plea is to engage with us and donate whatever you have. It could be £5, £2, 1 kwacha, 20 kwacha, whatever you have to facilitate the transportation of a whole truckload of mobility equipment. Um, I'd like to pass on to the facilitator of the program today to just show you a few videos from some recipients of mobility equipment and other support that the Mumba Children's Charity has donated in the past. Over to you, Oscar.
Okay, so this is the wheelchair. Yes. So this is from Hilda Mumba. Yes, from Mumba Children's Project. She's a very nice woman. So I love her very much because she does a lot of amazing works. So this is from her together with Yanzani Foundation Ghana. And then she got some shirts. I don't know if you can fit. Yeah. And the jersey as well. And the packet of goodies, transportation.
I would like to say really thank you for coming first here and for the donation that you are giving, the shirts and the wheelchair and these goodies also. We have to say may God bless you and keep you warm so that you can come again and have
Definitely.
abundance.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Hi, I'm Leslie Chaile Mlevi, palliative care nurse at Indola Teaching Hospital, Zambia's second largest hospital. I came to be in touch with Mumba Children's Project around 2012. I shared with the director, Mrs. Hilda Mlenga, that at our hospital we were experiencing stockouts of colostomy bags. So when she came for holiday that year, she packed some colostomy bags in a suitcase and brought them to the hospital, which we donated together to the surgical ward. And since then, she started sending colostomy bags for us, sometimes through the post office, or when she was coming for holiday. But now, Mumba Children's Project has went a bit further with the help of the winning women of Access. They now collect more than just colostomy bags. They now collect for us wheelchairs, hospital equipment, books, clothes, and some of these things we also share with our sister children's hospital at the Davison Children's Hospital. So we are appealing to the well-wishers out there to help us again as Mumba Children's Project is fundraising to send a 4-foot container which is packed with wheelchairs, hospital equipment, books, clothes, and so many other things. We really need your help. Please do what you can. We really appreciate your help. Goes a long way here at our hospital in Zambia. Thank you for your help. Looking forward to seeing the container with hospital equipment soon arriving in Zambia.
So this boat is going to be where?
I thought it's on your little one. That's what
Can this be neonatal? It looks too big for a neonate. For me, it looks like something that you need in ICU when there's a child who is very cold, or a child that needs their own warmth, or a child that has drowned. Yes, they're the ones that can benefit from this. Or if you want to do mist tenting, you know, a child that has coryza and they can't breathe, so you can use this thing. Okay.
You have more.
Even this is standing frame. And that's a standing frame.
This one is coming from already.
What is a sitting chair?
Then this is also a standing chair.
Okay, this is for an older child.
Okay, maybe
Who can have to prepare themselves.
these are the breaks.
But not standing.
And these are walkers.
That's a walker.
Yes, yes, sir.
All these are pediatric workers.
Some that
Teaching them how to walk. That is what we are going to use. Okay, I can see how many walkers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
We still have some
Inside. Do you think a child can use that?
Benjinga. Unapoenda nayo mfaa.
You quite buy.
you see the challenge with that one, there's a devil. Like for TV. Devil can be excellent. So that's why you find this devil is in the ground, it has no crown. Just a devil.
Okay. And if the bill cuts,
Maybe it's the one that you try to check where you can open and try to fix it. There's no problem. There's no delay.
you know what?
Yes, yes. You can only adjust the tension. It's 1, 2, 3.
So that one you're using it for exercises.
Stationary.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Stationary.
Small.
Yes.
You need the
So I
resistance.
think it's more of a stationary.
And this?
It's a sitting chair. You see that table there?
That's
Which is adjustable. You can go up and down. That's it.
wood.
Fine.
More of the pushing chairs. I think we have quite a lot.
Yeah, so I think for now, we have enough equipment that has been given unto us. And we must be grateful that the institution thought of us. And we have to write to them to appreciate and thank them for this donation. Because this donation is going to help our children with special challenges to become functional. Our aim in physio is to limit disability, improve functionality, and ensure that a child that has limitations, the limitations and the challenges are taken care of, so that the child can grow into a normal childhood. So we have to support that. Because of this donation, we will be able now to offer all the services that we are able to offer today. I see some of the equipment here to help our children with different kinds of cerebral palsies be able to walk. And the earlier we start them, the better the outcome. the more consistent we are, the better the outcome. Some of the things that made our mothers become frustrated was inability to have access to such facilities. Now that we have them, let us ensure that our children can access these things. So let us guide them jealously, let us utilize them, let us not just go and pack them, no, let us utilize them to the benefit of the child. So I think on behalf of the institution, I want to say thank you. That's in Congo. So let's write today and appreciate you. Thank you.
Yes, actually all the wheelchairs, the ones that are not specialized have to go to the ones that are going to one is going to that specific child. They even have cushions. These are the cushions.
It's good.
Yeah. And so she has suggested that if we are able to put it on according to the capacity, we can just say the same mattresses and mattresses for prevention of special
Something that you can consider for them. Even if there are several other people coming through the same condition, coming to the same content.
She just said we just need to inform about the capacity.
It'd be nice to get a bed, and then they take the measurements of the bed so that you send it to the people. Thank you very much, Tim, and don't go again.
Bambi basalire ukuba bamakenika, bambi nabo basalire bukapokola. Yes sir. Bambi nabo basalire bunamutekenya. Bambi nabo bakabiro kuba bakateka. Lelo kwebo twasalire undesi ukujangata ubumi kwa muntu. Twafweni pamulimo twasalire fwe bana benu ifwe tuletira. Twafweni fwe bana benu ifwe tuletira. Twafweni fwe bana benu ifwe tuletira. Umuntu nga afyalwa pachalo alakwata mapange mumutwe wakwe. Amapange ayakutontokanya pavyakabanga akula. Bambi bakabilo kwenshendeke, bambi bakabilo kubaloya. Nomba ifwe twasalilo kutanga tomuntu eito ifwe twaitula kuliwe tata. Twafweni ibana lenu ifwe tuletira. Twafweni ibana lenu ifwe tuletira. Isipingo titila cha mapange ya muntu, te mapange ya kwalesa umwine. Bambi pali kwebo baleka bila ukubako abashirika. Lelo bambi nabo baleka bila kupenda impi Zambia nyumba imwe mwatile iwe na iwe iseni kuno mukalalolesha pabumi bwa muntu nyumba imwe mwatile iwe na iwe iseni kuno mukalalolesha pabumi bwa muntu. Bambi basalile ukuba bamakenika Bambi nabo basalile bukapokola Yes sir. Bambi nabo basalile bunamutekenya Bambi nabo bakabilo kuba bakateka Lelo fwebo twasalile unesi Ukujangata ubumi wa muntu Twafweni bamulimo twasalile Fwe bana benu ifwe tuletila Twafweni Fwe bana benu ifwe tuletila Twafweni Fwe bana benu ifwe tuletila Ngafira fine mwafilisha bakateka Ngafira fine mwafilisha baloya Ngafira fine mwafilisha makenika Twafweni Mwele sanga fira fine Ngafira fine mwafilisha bakateka Ngafira fine mwafilisha baloya Ngafira fine mwafilisha makenika
Inena lichulile mwe bana bandi Inena lichulile mwe bana bandi Pakukwa ya fe mwikale wino Pakukwa ya fe mwikale wino Inena lichulile mwe bana bandi Moshale ya mwe bana bandi Pakufwa ya fe mwikale wino Pakufwa ya fe mwikale wino Awe inena kana Nikasumbyomulo pa awe nakana Nikasumbyomulo pa awe nakana Nikasumbyomulo pa awe nakana Nikale kabana bakachule Nikale kabana bakachule nakana Nikale kabana bakachule Nikale kabana bakachule nakana Mukasungane Zambia wino Mukasungane Zambia wino Na michichile chalo Ichamutende nganshi Na lilwilile mkombyo Upakupoko utungwa Ichiwe imba chitila Mwikala patalala Mwina patalalika Mwikalete ntulubunti Baniba imwe Nakane pasase Bari imwe Mumulukane Zambia Hane Mali luhanile gagamemo mukalelane Zambia gabutu mukalelane gabutu.
One Zambia, one nation should forever be your motto. Remain united as one, created in God's image. And above all, remember, love your neighbor as you love yourself.
Mukasungane Zambia we know. Mukasungane Zambia we know. Mukasungane Zambia Nandi Zambia mukasungane Zambia Kekwensha kulwa mukasungane Zambia Mukutende na mishila musungane Zambia Ine mumweo wandina lisalo kuwombela bayawe nangunaya Kekwaya lesakatile mawombeni Ine mumweo wandina lisalo kuwombela bayawe nangunaya Kekwaya lesakatile mawombeni Awende kwaya lesakatile Kekwaya lesakatile mawombeni nangunaya Kekwaya lesakatile mawombeni Wakakwike yo mwingilo wa mute Kekwaya lesakalande mawombeni nangunaya Kekwaya lesakalande mawombeni Awende kwaya lesakatile Kekwaya lesakatile mawombeni
Tiende pamoja ndi mtima umo. 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 Ayote tiende pamoja. Tiende pamoja ndi mtima umo. Ayote tiende
Mbali yatu ise okondwa mchigwirizano timudipezera mpamvu. We are one people everywhere we go. Tisamamenyana koma tisogolese chikondi. Hello Magai. Hey, wila umana. Urete mwana. Urete mwana.
Uloke Limpopo ndi mtima umo. Uloke Limpopo ndi mtima umo. Ayote tiende pamoja. Tiende pamoja. Ayote tiende
Kubisepela na twendele chapamo. Let's hold hands was a chapamo. Ten twika tishane not if shongo. Let's maintain peace not in kondo. Ichalo bantu twila umana. Ekubi you bakapuma mailo. Apanomba ni love, peace na solidarity. Mufya ma fight itamoba na ma profit.
Fellow Zambians, take my hand. Let's spread this message across our land. Peace, love, and unity. Unity, chikondi. Peace, love, and unity across the land. Uloke Limpopo
Hello, everybody. We're back again. Can you ever imagine a time when you've needed some support with your mobility or any healthcare needs and you haven't been able to access it? That is the reality for many colleagues, family, and friends in Zambia today. The Mumba Children's Project works hard right around the year, collecting equipment, medical equipment, mobility equipment that other people can use in Zambia. We do have a 40-foot truck at the moment, container, with such very important equipment, but we are appealing to you to help us raise money to transport this equipment to the people who need it the most. Please donate generously, whatever you can afford, a kwacha, 100 kwacha, a pound, 100 pounds, to help get this equipment to the people who need it most. I would ask you to kindly share the link to this program so that more people are aware of this. Sorry, what's going on? Are aware of what there's something going on. Anyway, so that people are aware of this fundraising event. So continuing the program, on behalf of Mrs. Hilda Molenga, we have Catherine. Let me just find her surname. Just hold on. Catherine Katongo, who's made a recording on behalf of the director of Mumba's Children's Project. So over to Catherine's presentation. I think we've got a technical issue there. Shall we try again? Is that Catherine Katongo?
Yes, I'm in. Yes, I'm in.
All right, that is very nice to have you tonight. I understand you'll be making a speech on behalf of Mumba's Children's Project Director, Mrs. Hilda Molenga. So welcome, and over to you.
Thank you so much. I've done a recording because the network here isn't good. Yeah. I've shared it on the group.
Oscar, can you kindly share the recording that Mrs. Catherine Katongo has sent to the group? It's a recording she made on behalf of Hilda Mlenga, the director of Children Members Project. Oscar, just asking you to share the recording that Mrs. Catherine Katongo made on behalf of Mrs. Hilda Mlenga, the director of Mumba's Children's Project. Thank you, Oscar.
Nkani za umoyo baby nizovuta niva mbilivyochitika nikapuza bina tungachite understand kulinkani sina nikamazobisika as time goes by naiwokula you understand tipwela mosiana pano pachalo Cindy when mistake my little one Cindy when mistake hey little one diwe mungeli from up above diwe mungeli you are a product of love diwe mungeli from up above diwe mungeli you are a product of love Vena babatwa bapeza ponse Filipo Vena babatwa bapeza kulibe Koma chintu chikulu pachalo ni umoyo Kama ni kuziba kwa mene uchokela Know your place and you will never lose your way You know you do, you gotta let God guide your way Cindy when mistake, my little one Cindy when mistake, hey little one Diwe mungeli from up above Diwe mungeli, you are a product of love Diwe mungeli from up above Diwe mungeli, you are a product of love Ninga kangiwe kukupasa zintuzina Koma umoyo wako nitali soye nipaka I only have love for you Love for you Love for you I'm doing my best Cindy when mistake My little one Cindy when mistake Hey little one Diwe mungeli from up above Diwe mungeli, you are a product of love. Ndiwe mungeli, mungeli from up above. Ndiwe mungeli, you are a product of love.
K.O.
Exclusive from 334 Music.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the director, Mrs. Hilda Mlenga, I would like to welcome you all to this evening's virtual fundraiser. We hope and trust that everyone will participate in the exercise, as we have the Zambia's disabled community at heart. To make the disabled be mobile and lead an independent life as much as possible, while we have access to the mobility equipment, it is transportation from the UK to Zambia that poses a challenge and hindrance. With the help of most of you today, you enable the exercise to be smooth and help our physically challenged individuals enjoy life to the fullest. We have all the capabilities and talents, but being physically challenged can impact on someone's ability to bring out their best in them. Therefore, dig deep and let's get the equipment moving to Zambia. We'll, during the program, show how the equipment has been distributed in the past to individuals in the community and healthcare facilities in Zambia. As a person on the ground and distributor of such equipment, I can confirm just how much we are overwhelmed with the request for such equipment. You can donate in the GoFundMe if you are outside Zambia. In UK, you can also deposit directly in our UK charity account. In Zambia, you can donate in our mobile money account, if not, in our Nat7 account. Links will be scrolled on the screen throughout the program. We thank you in advance. God bless you.
Ule iso ushiku litu fyonse fika pwa makumbita kwa kabe nelio fye ifilamba no kusuma nyameno
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The donations are filtering in. Can I just remind you why we're here today? We're fundraising to ship mobility equipment and specialist equipment to Zambia. We have about 120 wheelchairs and lots of specialist equipment, walking frames, PPE, and a whole array of other equipment that needs to be sent to Zambia. The Mumba's Children's Project has worked with partners to collect this equipment throughout the year. We've got a 40-foot container awaiting shipment, but we need a bit of extra help to make the payments. And we are raising today, we're trying to raise today a whole total of about £10,000 to ship the equipment to Zambia. Some events have happened before today, and we have raised some money towards the shipment, but today we continue to make these appeals to you to donate. We are lucky and blessed enough today to have Bishop Piri with us, who is going to bless our proceedings in line with our Christian nation's values. Bishop Piri, over to you. I would like to welcome you to the program, and I understand you have a few words to say and a prayer to say to for the proceedings to proceed in our, in a peaceful and successful manner. Over to you, Bishop Piri.
Good evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity to stand and share a bit of what this charity has done. I'm actually coming from two different facets in on this entire program. I'm actually coming from the home of the Kili dwellers. Like I lived in the same neighborhood with Mrs. Mulenga, and then apparently we grew up in an area where we see these challenges. We've seen these challenges that have actually gone way beyond and so on. So to get anybody that comes in to help was a very welcome need. She actually came in and met a need that was way beyond what we've all been looking at and what we've been expecting. So as you have been told already, we are gathered tonight that we can actually raise funds to ship the containers to Zambia. So in this light, I am praying. Shall we pray together? Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you that we can have a time to pray. We can have a time to come together as a nation, as people. We come together tonight that we may be able to stretch resources that have been given to each and every one of us. Lord, I know that there is nobody that is given to hold. All of us are given that we may give out. Just as we are able to breathe in and breathe out. Help us tonight, Lord, as we take part in this program, that we may be givers that are ready to actually share that which you've been blessed with in helping meet a need. There is several needs that are out there. There is people that need mobility. There is people that need specialist equipment. There is people that need materials like such as books, and children that need a smile. A toy would help a child. For this reason, Lord, we come and ask that as the people listening to this program will be able to get that touch from you, that they may give out even as we stand to raise the money. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
And amen to that, Bishop.
The first time I got in touch with Mumba Children's Home, basically what I got to know of was on this project, what I got to know of was that they were giving out materials to the needy. And I straight away said, no, this is something that we people of the Kola should be doing. And our sister had taken the step further and went ahead and collected and so on. Now we have to find a way to partner with and push this vision further. The hospitals have benefited, the schools have benefited, there are children that are disadvantaged who have benefited. I've been to places where you see a child is trying to go to school and they're in grade 5 and they have never worn shoes. They're in grade 7, they have never worn shoes. This is a project that's coming out and helping. And this is something that is Christ like. It's like Jesus coming to you and saying, I was hungry and you gave me to eat. This project is doing exactly that. You've seen people that have struggled to actually work. I remember the challenges I had about a year ago. I was involved in an accident, and about that time we were actually on our low times and so on. And then I looked at our low times. We could afford to get the crutches, but how many people are out there who can't afford, who can't reach out? This is where we come in, and we ask you to actually give out and be able to actually like bless somebody, reach somebody. A 2 kwacha, a 5 kwacha, a 10 kwacha, a 10 pound. And I was talking to somebody just yesterday and they were telling me, please, can you share this so that we can find a way we can take a bit? And I know that they are going to do something, but even us that are on the program, we are all doing something because we want to see this bring about fruit. Over to you, Christian.
Oh, thank you very much, Bishop Piri. I think you were able there to highlight the range of equipment that's available. Beyond equipment, we have, the shoes and other materials that a whole range of people can benefit from, from older people, children. It's up to us today to, engage with this program to help put a smile on an older person's face, a smile on a child's face, for people to access essential, and this is not luxury, these are essential things that help people live a happy and fulfilling life. Being independent is one of those basic needs in life, and if a walking aid, a Zimmer frame, a wheelchair can help you gain your independence, I think that will be a blessing to the person who receives this wheelchair or whatever equipment. So please give generously. You can give in many ways. You can either use MTM e-wallet and e-wallet Catherine Katongo. The number is on the screen at the moment. It's 0260 760 759 or you can donate on the GoFundMe that has been set up. Good evening. I would like to welcome Rosemary Cunningham to this fundraiser today. Rosemary, you're live. Rosemary is an ambassador for the Mumba Children's Project, and you probably have met Rosemary in person. If you haven't, I would like to just introduce her as the most energetic woman I've ever met, really committed to Mumba's Children's Program. She spends her life collecting equipment, negotiating, wheeling and dealing around mobility equipment. With that, Rosemary, we wouldn't have as many wheelchairs as we have today. We probably wouldn't have had some of the shoes and all the things you help collect for the children in Zambia. And Rosemary, you have been to Zambia, haven't you?
Yes, I've been twice. I went in 2015 and 2016. Yes, and I'm planning to go back next year. Yes.
So over to you. Just tell us about what we're doing today and what your ambitions are and what you saw in Zambia. Did you see where all this equipment ends?
When I was in Zambia, the one thing we were in the village, and we did a community project. We made a beautiful big wall mosaic, and everyone came and got involved. And there was a lovely lady called Bar Lucy, and I'm a massage therapist. I used to be a nurse. I've got 30-year career in complementary medicine, so I know how to massage, right? And she got poorly knees, so I used to work on her knees. And, so I used to give her massage, and I taught the women a really simple massage as well. But back in about 3 years ago, Bar Lucy broke her hip, and she didn't go out for about 9 months. But that was the time our container, the first donation of wheelchairs, the first big donation, was on the way. And when it arrived, the following day, it always works like this, there was a picture of Bar Lucy in a wheelchair with a lady who was looking after her. She was going to church, and she was so happy because she hardly left her little house in 9 months, right? And so she was off to church in this wheelchair. And we also had a walking frame that had been sent. So she had a walking frame. So with the walking frame, she got her mobility back. She started to move around again. So she was happy. And of course, as we know, happy person, better health. And that was the first example. And then she got better. And then those things were passed on to Hilda's brother when he had his stroke a few years later. That was an example. Then there was a man called Felix who Hilda met, and Felix had TB when he was a young child, and he totally lost his ability. And he had a wheelchair that he worked with his hands, but it was stopped working. He got 3 children, and Hilda met him, and he was pushing his wife was pushing him, and his wife was tiny, so she got this big, heavy wheelchair on rough ground with a tiny baby on her back, right? And Hilda met him, and she said, I must try and get you a wheelchair. And we met a charity in the UK, and we went to have a look at what they got. So they have a base in Essex and one somewhere else. And we went into this barn that was full of wheelchairs. And the first one we saw was one that someone would move their hands with. And Hilda, can I have this? Can I have this? And oh no, that's a special wheelchair. I'm not sure about that, said the gentleman. Well, Hilda being Hilda, she sent him a Felix, this gentleman. And we sent that from start to finish. You probably know, I'm sure you do, Christine. These things can take years. So it might have been a year before Felix got his wheelchair, because we have to raise now over £10,000 for the container. We have to move. It's complicated. Well, it's expensive. And then it can take 6 months in transit, right? But when he got it, and then in March, when Hilda was out there, she was out there, her husband had passed away, really, and she had to do her things with her relatives. She went to the village, and Felix came in his wheelchair with his 3 children. And he got a beam on his face. The little girl that was on his wife's back's now about 3 or 4. All his children go to the Mumba school, which had 50 children in it when I visited in 2015. And now there are 230, I think, right? She's got to build 4 more classrooms to contain all these kids. And he was there, and he was telling her he was now vegetables, and he was selling them in the market to support his own family, right? And he could, without a wheelchair, he could be going nowhere. You need wheels if you can't walk, don't you? You need wheels. No getting around it.
That's a beautiful story you've told, Rosemary, and it's amazing how much work you do. You were there from the time the idea was conceived to the idea being actually implemented at the moment. You just demonstrated in your story what independence what difference mobility aid can make to somebody's independence, well-being, but not only that, the whole family. You just shared that this gentleman now sells vegetables at the market. I mean, there's marvelous work happening in Mpongwe, and the Mumba Children's Project is really touching a lot of people on a personal level, and I think the whole community is touched. I mean, I've seen the pictures of the mosaic you guys made. I've also seen a picture of the gentleman working his wheelchair, but obviously the impact is wider than the individual. it impacts on the whole community. And just one little thing helps. So thanks for coming on today. I'm sure you have a message you'd like to share. So I'll leave it in your hands and I'll pop in a bit later. So over to you, Rosemary. You do take over.
If I may, well, I run a women's community called Winning Women. And initially it was Global Winning Women. And the idea was that we linked up with a women's group in a developing country. So I 2,000 women in Winning Women, and we are now international. So we've been doing fundraisers. We had one last night in this town. We raised £2,000. We've got an online auction that's going on today. It's the 6th one we've done. It was Recline and Mecafriend, and they always raise between £2,000 and £3,500. Now that finishes tonight at 8 o'clock. So if anyone wants to come, it's the Winning Women for Action, and I can put the link in here, Christine. But can I just show you the things I've been given in the last 24 hours? Because here in the UK, we're very blessed. We have a lot of beautiful products in our NHS and privately. I've come home today and these were on my doorstep. These are really high quality dressings. And if you put these on a pressure sore or a burn or a wound, you can leave them on for up to 10 days and the skin heals underneath. They are phenomenal. And we have feedback from the surgeons in the hospitals that they literally save lives and limbs. Also on my doorstep yesterday were ink pads. If they're delivered to someone here in their home, they can't go back to anyone else. It's our health and safety regulations. So we get a lot of donated. And today I've had a beautiful pair of very, very expensive children's shoes with these ankle supports in them. So if you've got a child with cerebral palsy or anything like that with poor muscle tone, these will support their foot so they can stand, right? But obviously kiddies grow out of things, but we have so much here that's just discarded. Also, we get things like these. One of the women in my group makes these. These are antibacterial knickers with support in them. They're boned, they're vegan because she's a Hindu lady, and they will help someone who's had abdominal surgery. They have the antibacterial element that lasts for up to 50 washes. So if someone's had a cesarean section or an appendix wound, they can wear these and they will support their muscles so they recover properly, which can be a challenge anywhere, but also it stops people getting infected, which is a huge problem here, but particularly in somewhere like Zambia. And these are the kind of things we get donated that we can pass on. And I've come last night, somebody gave me a pair of crutches.
Oh.
We have thousands of pairs of crutches, honestly. And where they come from, they've literally got hundreds of them stacked. So we can send 100 pairs of crutches. You can send 200 wheelchairs or more in a container. We also have the physiotherapy help. They have a budget for trained physios to work with hospitals in Zambia to help them use this specialized equipment so it goes to the right child. So they can really, really work for them, as these things are normally made for the child, but you need to know how you're using them. We've also sent out mobile hoists to lift someone from their bed into a chair and this kind of thing, things that are normal here. So we have so much equipment available here. We just need the funding to send it. It really is unlimited. So please help. We're hoping to raise £4,000 over the 2 days from Essex, but we need a boost from everyone else, please.
Okay, I think you've sent a very clear message. It was good seeing the variety of items that are donated. I guess you have a reputation locally as the lady who collects the medical equipment for Zambia. For me, it's the dignity it brings to people. Being independent is something we take for granted until we lose our independence in some way or the other. I think my favorite item of all the items you showed there are the antibacterial knickers, mainly because they've got support, and every woman needs some support, whether they've just had an operation or not. So that is really great. Rosemary, I'm sure that Hilda, you were here.
£40 a pair.
Okay, go ahead. I didn't hear what you said.
These cost about £40 a pair, but she will supply them if they're shipped. So we just have so much. And I've put the link to our auction, which finishes in 42 minutes. If anyone wants to come and do a last bid on the Winning Women for Action auction, and all the money will go straight to charity. There are some amazing items there, all donated by my women's group in the UK. Really high quality things going for a fraction of their normal price.
Okay, you're breaking, Rosemary. Maybe my reception's not very good here. But I guess it would be good if people bought something in the auction, bought a few tickets, mainly because you get a prize, but you also donate to a good cause. If Hilda were here, I'm sure she'll be conveying a heartfelt thanks to you, Rosemary. I've seen you in action. I've heard all the stories, and you two have a lot of adventures going to and fro to the container. But thank you for your work, and you do make a difference to people's lives. Thank you. I think if it hasn't been bestowed upon you, I will bestow upon you an honorary Zambian citizenship today because of all the work you do for Zambia. And thank you very much. Thank you very much, my Zambian sister, for caring so much.
Okay. Very good. And may I come back a bit later to tell you how much we've raised in our auction?
Yeah, just come into the back room, then we'll make sure you do come onto the show. Can I just ask Bishop Piri to say a few words in response to what is heard today? I think your mic is off.
It was so sad that just as we were talking, power went. So I went into darkness. Then I'm back. There is light.
Great. Well, so you didn't hear the wonderful things that Rosemary said.
I missed quite a lot of it, but then I heard the last bit. She deserves to be called a Zambian. So the next time she's out here, we'll probably may have to make a headman somewhere. You know, at least have some land somewhere, and so on. Now, there is something that is very interesting. You know, Mumba Children's Project does the school project, and so on. I think I've seen at a school project with some artistic stuff that the women do over there. That is very, very encouraging, at least to giving people something to do, a skill to run with. But then it's not just sitting there. I'm looking at the children. The kind of literature the kids are getting is just so amazing. Now, last year we were given a chance to take a donation of some books to Chamboli Secondary, and we took some books to Busakili Secondary and some books to Karela, and besides that there were other little schools that were very interested in getting that. Now this year, somebody that moved from one school just called. They have just been promoted to the head teacher somewhere. I think as a result of some very good books and so on, he got promoted and the school he's moved to, he said, you know what, whatever you did on that side, please do it. So this is an appeal to Mumba Children's Project. While we're doing the mobility issues, please let's do the books as well. The schools need that. Corporate University started their law school and so on, and they didn't have most of the books. And when we took some books there, they were so very happy and so on. And I know that this other school, which is starting up a new library, I think there's about 2 books. We might want to do some books. So, Sister Catherine, I know you're listening. Sister Catherine, you may have to actually get in touch with these people and see how best you can facilitate. So, in the container, once you are throwing books and so on, there are some schools that are also willing to come in and be able to give something towards the project.
Oh, thank you very much for that appeal as well. Did you want to respond to that, Rosemary? I think for me, what I took away from what you said, the first thing you talked about is around the crafts and the skills. Oh, sorry. I was just talking about the crafts and skills that the women are engaging in. I mean, occupation is really, really important, and having essential skills that to keep you busy during the day is something that is essential. I think it's fundamental to humans. The appeal there, Rosemary, was around books. The bishop was just highlighting how beneficial the books are that have been donated, have been to people who have had access to the books. I don't know whether you could respond to that. All right, okay. I don't think you heard me. Oh, you're on mute, Rosemary.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Sorry, I was on mute.
I didn't catch everything the bishop said, but we have an enormous amount of books waiting to go. Absolutely enormous. We have unlimited quantities of them being donated by schools, and it's one organisation that literally donates pallets of them. And when they arrive, they go to many, many different schools. And so we have lots. We certainly have lots available, and we all know how precious reading is, don't we? And the other thing, Christine, did you see the glasses? Did you see the hundreds of pairs of glasses we've had donated?
No, I only hear stories. I only hear stories about the donations, but I haven't seen them.
Okay, so all right. So in our storage. One lady has sent Hilda so many things, but the last thing was probably 200 pairs of reading glasses, and they're like this. They're not expensive ones, but they have a little light on the side. Oh. And so, if you're in somewhere trying to do your homework, read your book without good light, you have a light on your glasses. And so, and these are glasses that anyone can wear, and Hilda's brother, who's a dentist, he used them when he was working on a patient. It meant he could see better in their mouth. Not only was his eyesight better, but the light was better as well. And we have hundreds of pairs of these glasses that have been donated. And nobody needs a sight test. You just try one pair, and then you try the next pair until you find a pair that you can really read with. And it's widely available here. And it's just literally getting them there. Yeah. And they can go to school children, they go to hospitals, they can go to workplaces, they can go to anywhere where people need to read and need light. And we have spare batteries too.
Oh, I was going to ask you about the batteries, because the electricity situation in Zambia at the moment is quite a challenge. So that, I think that those glasses would be really welcome. They're really fancy as well. I'd like a pair, but I think I'll go out and buy. So it's very clear from our conversations this far that the challenge is actually transporting things to Zambia, and hence this appeal today. Yeah, I think it's time for an intermission. Then we'll reconvene in a minute or two, if that's okay. Can we have a video or some music, please?
Una tulo chape. Oh, dati mulale muchibotea. Chirilo, hecho watushila chirilo. Shikuru, tukele kwewa kisha babu ntungwa wapokele.
Sakege tulabae agaga. Tulabae.
Na unarifuna ngati unasanga juu. Koma iwe unasanga mutende.
Unity mwaletele mwepo imitundu wingika mushipanga wanu kwa ulaneka patulula wanu Zambia one nation humanism kubombela pa mwepo.
A dark cloud has befallen Zambia. Dear Lord, help us unite like Kaunda said, one Zambia, one nation.
From your ways. Abengi pale lila masuti. Lelo tata Kaunda wale lile chalo. You are the symbol of peace in Africa. Lesa tupale utushe mochi bote.
African leader no mutimo ukulu lesa pokelela ko bashikulu ikumbi na difita tulelo shabashikulu tuli mufila mbafwe beshikulu
family mwa bombele muno Zambia na mu Africa batotela mwende buno.
We knew this day would come, but we still not ready. We wanna celebrate your life, but our hearts are heavy. Move your shoes, but your legacy will live on. The father of the nation, Super Ken, so long.
Zambia, Tanzania, South Africa, yalila. Onse tulelila, Kaunda tusha.
Go our father of the nation, we celebrate your life. We'll greatly miss you. A true Pan-Africanist, father of a nation. Twas Santa Mwane.
Yarira, Africa yarira, abantu barira. Africa, when we say pala tulelo chaka unde, tete, wachelo cha Zambia, watufundile ukutemwana no kusungana, kwa ulo kwa kanikana, wanu Zambia wanu nesheni.
Ne ubatangalo swali saneva na bahao. Ndata wasishemo walilato lwakulata keke lwakulata keke
Inonge. Inonge sent us a video just to encourage us. Good evening, everybody. The evening is going on well. Thank you very much for your donations and thank you for your contributions to the show. Would like to invite Catherine Katongo, if she's available, to just give us an update on how we're doing the donations. Catherine Katongo, would you please come in? If she's not available, we do have a short video for you, and this is by Inonge, one of the supporters of the Mumba Children's Project. Okay, I can see that probably there's a change of plan. Flo, hi Flo, you're on the show.
Hi, good evening.
Can I just say we want to see the whole of your house. Could you put your phone in landscape if you can, please?
Okay, let's see.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's a powerful woman in the house. Right, yeah, you just need to reposition yourself.
Can you see it properly now?
That is much better, thank you.
Okay.
So, thank you for joining us this evening. I think it's important that we just take a minute and reflect why we're here today. Obviously, this is an important cause for us here, the people who are supporting this fundraiser, but also for people who benefit from the donations that Mumba Children's Project makes to Zambia. And this is to individuals, to hospitals, and to whole communities. We heard some stories earlier on what impact the donations have on individuals and communities. We saw how somebody's mobility was improved, and as such, he was able to be a productive member of his community, of his family. And I think he then gained pride and dignity and more purpose in life. I mean, that is the impact of the donations. Luckily, in the UK, we are able to collect a whole range of items. Specialist medical equipment, mobility equipment, books, shoes, a whole range of things. But unfortunately, we're not always in a position to ship them out, and it may take weeks and months and even years to be able to ship the equipment out. So this is an effort to raise money to ship the equipment out. But I think, Flo, this is a project, a charity that's close to your heart, and I think it would be nice to hear from you. Just some reflections and probably an appeal to people here today to actually join hands in raising this money for Mumba's Children's Project. So over to you, Flo.
Oh, thank you much, Christine.
We seem to have connectivity issues. Right, we've lost Flo there, but I'm sure she has. She'll join us later when our connectivity has probably improved. Okay, can we just go over to Inonge's video? And Inonge is appealing and to everybody to make their donations. Any small donation, £1 to 100. 1 kwacha to 100 kwacha, or even more, would be really, really welcome. So over to Inonge's video. Thank you.
Good evening. I hope everyone tuned in tonight is having a good time and enjoying the show. My name is Inonge Anandala Fundraising, and my family lives in Mpongwe, the area where the Mumba Children Foundation is based. So I have personally been to the center in 2020, if I'm not mistaken. And first of all, I would like to start by saying thank you to Hilda and her team and the family for everything that they are doing for the people of Zambia, for the people of Mpongwe. So what Hilda and her team and her family, what they do is they mobilize equipment for the disabled, but also equipment for children, because they have this, they're running this center going on in Mpongwe, and then they transport these things to Zambia. They supply things to the hospital in Mpongwe, to the hospitals in Luanshya and in Ndola and other areas. And I went to the center in 2020, and it was so touching. It was so amazing to see. I found Hilda's mom at the center, and other ladies, they prepare foods and they run the center there. So this is like a very personal project going on. And guys, you know how we see viral videos going on, and then we say, oh my God, this is so touching. I wish there was something I could do, but I don't have enough money. Here is a
Right, we've lost Inonge there. She was making an appeal based on her first-hand experience of the Children Mumbas project. We're lucky to have Flo back today, just now. Flo, I hope the connectivity is much better now. So over to you. You are going to make an appeal on behalf of Mumba's Children's Project. It's been a long evening. Thank you. Over to you, Flo.
Thank you so much, Christine, and everybody else for tuning in. Mumba's Children's Project is very, very, very close to my heart. And reason being is I've been associated with the charity for quite a few years now, and I've watched Hilda and everybody else work tirelessly to improve the lives of children and adults in Impongwe. And I think the reason why I really would appeal to you today to dig deep. That's what I was saying. Let's dig deep. We heard Christine talk about joining hands, and I'm appealing to you to enter into partnership, because when we give, we're entering into partnership with a cause, and this is a very noble cause. I have seen Hilda and everybody that works for the charity being so accountable over the years. And that's what really, that's what I find very appealing about Mumba's Children's Project. It's action. I've seen them take action. I've seen them mobilize all manners of things to improve the community in Impongwe, affecting people, improving lives, improving health, improving education. It's also the visibility. We can see the tangibility of what the work is on the ground, and it's very warming to be able to go sometimes on Facebook and see how, for instance, at football, how these young people have received so many football boots and the smiles on their faces. So it's also about touching communities in a very profound way. And I think, the passion that Hilda as a founder has, you can see that it's permeable. It just touches every single person. Hilda lives for this project, for this charity, and every time you have an interaction with her, you can see all she wants is to do more and more and more. I want to encourage you today: give. God gives us things to share. God does not give us things to hold. And the more you give, the more that will come back to you. So think about it, think very carefully, think about the impact that you will have for people who have not just less, sometimes they don't have at all. I was very touched today by what Rosemary shared in terms of the wheelchair. And that
Right, back to me. Another interruption there with Flo, who was actually trying to share her reflections on what Rosemary shared earlier on in the program. So for me, it's about dignity. We can probably lack for a number of things, but if we do have our dignity intact, I think we experience the world differently. It's not a very it is a humbling experience when you are unable to do things for yourself and you depend on others, but it's also very debilitating. It's very debilitating for you, especially most people, men, women, highly productive people, if they should encounter some misfortune and lose their mobility, the inability to tend to your basic needs could strip you of all your dignity, and that really has a psychological impact, not only a physical impact, but a psychological impact on you as a person. A head of, let's say, a family who was probably before the accident, the provider for the family, due to some misfortune, they have an accident and are unable to move, and the distance between them being independent and them being dependent is just a mobility aid. I mean, that's basically what the reality for a lot of people is. But we can make a difference. We can help people gain their independence, but also, more importantly, gain their dignity, which improves their mental health. So give generously today, as Flo was saying before she was cut off. Be part of it. Join hands with Mumba's Children's Charity and be part of this enabling project. I just wondered whether we could bring in Flo, if she's back in, because she was going to share some reflections around the transparency and high experience of the Mumba's Children's Project. Is Flo able to join us? No. Okay. If you go ahead and just play, just showcase some of the work that Mumba Children's Project has done over the years. Over to you.
sinzaenda. Mwana wanga mbera kulira kwanga ine, chalo chilina mano kwe muli muzisunge, ukanitailira niba nisunge, ukanilekelela niba ninyamule. Chalo chalelo chilibe maloya bosapunzira, isera kale tinalibe mapunzilo apa mwamba, koma lelo mwaluba komwachokela, lelo setapuba osapunzira. Mwaibala pala wamteteka tenalikudya, mwaibala pea bambo anu anatisia, umoyo watu unali wodonselela, koma mwaluba mwana wanga mbera kulira kwanga ine, chalo chilina mano kwe muli muzisunge, ukanitailira niba nisunge, ukanilekelela niba ninyamule. Kazakazanga naonapo zuba na mwezi zambiri, kuwama kwa chalo sikusila mwana wangu, bwera pa nyumba upunzile, welako uone banja lako, zivute zitani nekolo wako nizakala nawe, sininga kutairire sininga kulekerere, chikondi changa chilimonga chitsime cha manzi, chikondi changa chilimonga chitsime. Mwana wanga mbera kulira kwanga ine, chalo chilina mano kwe muli muzisunge, ukanitailira niba nisunge, ukanilekelela niba ninyamule. Amama na mbera, kodi wambera, amama nilipo, kodi ulipo, sinzaenda, usanisiye. Amama na mbera, kodi wambera, amama nilipo, kodi ulipo, sinzaenda. Mwana wanga mbera kulira kwanga ine,
them sing, he paid the price and Jesus bore it all. I've heard them sing, I'm coming home, and heed the master's call. I've heard them sing the modern songs and songs of long ago. But amazing grace, so sweet the sound, is the sweetest song I know. Amazing grace, so sweet the sound, oh how sweet is the sound. No sweeter song in this life could be found. Heard about the Savior's blood, washed as white as snow. But amazing grace, so sweet the sound, is the sweetest song I know. It was the song my mother sang in sweet and humble voice. Like music from the world above, it made my soul rejoice. Its soothing words and melodies like the rippling waters flow. But amazing grace, so sweet the sound, is the sweetest song I know. Amazing grace, so sweet the sound, oh how sweet is the sound. Sweeter song in this life could be found. Heard about the Savior's blood, washed as white as snow. But amazing grace, so sweet the sound, is the sweetest song I know. Amazing grace, so sweet the sound, oh how sweet is the sound. Sweeter song in this life could be found. Heard about the Savior's blood, washed as white as snow. But amazing grace, so sweet the sound, is the sweetest song I know. But amazing grace, so sweet the sound, is the sweetest song I know. But amazing grace, so sweet the sound, is the sweetest song I know. But amazing grace, so sweet the sound, is the sweetest song I know. The sweetest, most wonderful song I know.
The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. In pastures green he leadeth me, even though through the shadows of death I may walk, and is ochki imi wari muneni. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. In pastures green he leadeth me, even though through the shadows of death I may walk, and is ochki imi wari muneni. Thou maketh the table before all my foes. Mukombe wangu unofachukira. Surely goodness and mercy garanaye zenariniticha garanaye and forever round
Beti ushakumacha ati ulendo wapya tieni kundola vovala talonga tuchola taimya tayambapo ambuya tenze tonse munjila tenze tonse kunganda ambuya mwenilanga njila za kwino lomba nazionela aye nimvishishe manawe kumbuka ulanda wanyoko chalo chino chilina meno ulesi ni musamilo obaba siku zuya lula wanzi wa muntu ni pachinso chalo ni maluwa ambuya tenze tonse mundila tenze tonse kunganda ambuya za kwino lomba nazionela aye ambuya tenze tonse munjila tenze tonse kunganda ambuya wenilanga njila za kwino lomba nazionela aye Zikomo yo mwanza Zikomo yo mwanza Zikomo ambuya tenze tonse munjila tenze tonse kunganda ambuya wenilanga njila za kwino lomba nazionela aye ambuya tenze tonse munjila tenze tonse kunganda ambuya wenilanga njila za kwino lomba nazionela aye
Thank you for that lovely music. We've got a lot of very talented Zambian artists there. Really enjoyed that interlude of music. We've got Flo back. Hello, Flo.
Hi, can you hear me now?
We can hear you loud and clear. So you were rudely cut off mid-sentence. I think you were talking about Rosemary's story. You wanted to
Yeah.
touch upon or reflect upon what Rosemary shared about the man who gained his independence and dignity through a donation from Mumba's children's charity.
Yes, and I think what really struck me there was how responsive Mumba's Children's Project was. It was almost as if it was immediate, and that's what really endears me to this charity. And so when I was reflecting, they saw a need and they almost immediately met it. And I think basically what I was saying, where I was coming from, was I choose to partner and to join hands with Mumba's Children's Project, and I was appealing to people, do the same, let's all get in there. And I think some of the things I talked about was how transparent the charity is about what they do, how they do it, they're open to scrutiny. I've seen how accountable over the years Hilda has been, and everybody that works with her, they'll share all the activities they're doing for everyone to see. And I think that consistency also, because sometimes you see charity work and you see it once and then it disappears. But I think with Hilda, over the years, it's that consistency, that tenacious. It's not easy sometimes to be able to do the work that, to be able to get donations and be able to transport them. Because today we're talking about transporting. You can collect, but the biggest issue is how do you then take it to the place of need? So the passion, the non-stop passion, the persistence to just really do better, and the evidence of it, the visibility, the work is seen. You can all go on Mumba's Children's Project site, and you can see children there. People being given different things that are coming from the donations that are made here in the UK. But we can't do that unless we take it there. So today is about, let's take it there. Let's give big. Let's be part of a movement that we have seen over the years has been able to be a conduit of change to the people of Mpongwe, that is consistently changing Mpongwe one step at a time. And why don't we say one container at a time? Let's do it. Every giving is valid.
One container
and let's
at
be
a
a catalyst
time.
for change.
Yeah, one container at a
one
time. I like the
container.
word conduit. Or for me, I was just thinking conduit. I was also thinking about us being the missing link. The people here, the partners. Some of them are new, some of them are old. We are the missing link between the items and the recipients. So I guess it's a privilege and an honor to be able to participate in that way. Flo, we haven't talked about some of the activities that Mumba Children's Project does. I mean, it's amazing how much they do. So they affect people across, the age ranges, from newly born babies to people in their later lives. So at Christmas, a group of Mpongwe netballers actually went to Mpongwe Hospital to welcome the new babies born on Christmas Day with gifts. Yeah. So for me, I think what really amazes me every time I see Hilda, talking to Hilda, I think my head is spinning. It's a lot. It's a lot. But the impact is great. Another thing I wanted to talk about today is another area, and it's around sustainability. There's people are always in two minds around charitable works, because sometimes they feel that's not sustainable. So I am aware of work that's happening in Mpongwe around the food issue. So Mpongwe is growing food organically. Yeah. So I think, was it last year? I think last year or the year before, they harvested the first organic maize. So they're growing the food, they're cooking the food in the day center, And basically, it's the whole cycle. The people who go to the day center, the kids are in the school. Mothers, whilst the kids are in the school, are learning arts and crafts and other skills to just keep them occupied or even earn a living. So it's a wonderful array of activities happening in Pongwe. Sometimes I feel I ought to visit. I wonder what your reflections are.
No, I want to visit as well, and I think I'm going to Zambia in March. I would like to have an opportunity to actually visit. And the other thing, as you were talking, Christine, I just thought about social mobility. For that, people are being given an opportunity to actually move up in society. And I always believe that everybody has a seed of greatness in them, and that if you activate that seed, there's no knowing to what extent that the person's potential can actually be explored. And I think this is amazing, because this is about dropping seed in the ground, and that's what Mumba's Children Project is doing, and that's what we're all doing when we partner with them.
Yeah, I mean, for those who are on Facebook, they do have a Facebook page. Flo did talk about transparency, accountability, but I guess as a donor, you may want to do your own due diligence. We can be saying things that we're making up here, but I think you can independently do your due diligence. Flo talked about their website. I'm also signposting you to their Facebook page, and you will be overwhelmed with the range of activities and the range of ages that people that are affected by or impacted upon by the donations and the work of Mumba. So in terms of food security, apart from growing organic food, do you know they raise pigs? They've got a piggery.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
You should hear Hilda, how she is excited about pigs being born, and you think, okay, right. Okay.
The family is growing, the pigs are growing. So yes, I mean, we're having a laugh and a joke here, but you did say something really serious there, Flo. You did talk about sustainability, you did talk about empowerment. I mean, we do talk about building capacity, and I guess in charitable works, part of that mechanism of supporting people is building that capacity, and I think it's an important aspect of work, of charitable work. So I mean, I don't know, what are your reflections around building capacity? Why is it important to the human, from health, mental health, well-being? What are your reflections on building capacity?
I think, Christine, you touched on one thing, the fact that Mumba's Children Project that doesn't just think about the child, they're thinking about the whole family unit systemically. So if we empower the mother, the parents, by them coming to learn skills, then what we're basically doing is we're now building capacity within the community. And I think that is amazing, because that's a systemic way of actually touching and changing communities. No one is left behind.
One container at a time.
One container at a time, yes. Nobody is left behind. And that, I think, is amazing.
That's really powerful. I just want to talk about charitable work and what you just said there around building communities. I guess when you're talking about charitable works, I mean, the debate is out there whether it's good, bad, or some people are indifferent. But I believe in giving with dignity.
Yes.
It's biblical to give, for the left hand to give and the right hand not to know. I don't know what the exact verse is, but you can help me, Flo. You're better with these things than I am.
Yes.
Yeah. So giving with dignity is something you can do by, bridging that gap between the container and the people who need the goods. But also, talking about dignity, another activity that Mumba's charity engages in is donating sanitary towels and other equipment that helps people, young ladies and other ladies, older ladies, experience the menstruation in dignity by accessing these products that are very, very expensive to the young person living out in Pongo or anywhere else without access to funds. So that's another aspect of work that Mumba does. So if you're not convinced yet to part with a kwacha or a dollar or a pound, please reflect on what we've said just now. Please visit Mumba Children's Project website or their Facebook page, and please donate. I don't know whether we have any updates on the donations so far. It's quiet. That means probably not. So you are in Zambia in March, and I wonder whether you could, I mean, I don't know what your program is, but it would be nice to just follow. Oh, we've lost Flo. Just to follow through.
No, I'm here.
Oh, you are
I'm
here, there.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can't see you. I can see. Just to follow through and just probably have a day trip to Mpongwe.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess we can have a conversation outside the program just to understand what the logistics are, whether that's feasible or not. But it would be good, like Rosemary, to visit the end recipients of the charitable donations and all that. Okay. Anything else you wanted to say to people, just to give them a bit of a further nudge to open their pockets, or talk to the missus who keeps the purse strings quite tight?
Yes, I think we've said it all. I mean, I am amazed. I'm absolutely between you and I think very carefully about what Mumba's Children's Project does, and I'm like, you're touching every area of a person's life recreationally. You're making sure people are going out there and they're doing sport, they're getting education, people are getting skills, you're touching health, and there's something I think that you've said today that really, really, really affects me, and that's why I'm very passionate about Mumba's Children's Project. And one of the reasons is that they don't do things to be seen. They do, because I mean, look, Hilda does not do a song and a dance about come see me, come see me. Most of the times when I see stuff happening is when it's in Mpongwe. So that for me, I mean, she doesn't use platforms to become bigger than the vision. She just wants to give and give and give and give and give. And that to me is amazing, but also touches on what you said, Christine. She wants to give with dignity.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
to
this is a
preserve people's
project.
dignity.
Yeah, this is a project close to our heart, and that if she was
Yes.
here, I like the way she speaks and appeals and
Yeah.
engages with people. It's a project close to our heart, but there's no airs and graces. There's no self-escalation, elevation through this project. This is for the people it's intended for, and I think the consistency you spoke about earlier is proof that this, no manner of challenge would deter her from the bigger project. And I think I've known. Actually, I've known her for a while now. I was just wondering how many years I've known her for. We accidentally met in a beauty pageant. She does pageantry as well. So yeah, when we were young and beautiful, we used to engage in that as well. So, but that is beauty with a purpose. It's not about self-elevating. It's saying, okay, we are beautiful in our imperfection. Everyone's beautiful in an imperfection. So beauty of a purpose is another avenue whereby she elevates and supports young women to feel comfortable in their own skin. That's an area that we probably could talk about the whole day. Young teenage people are ambivalent about the way they look. There's a lot of feedback, and children can be cruel about your looks, Having this pageantry that Miss Malaika, I think she calls it, is quite involves and embraces all types of beauty, But what's really important to Hilda, speaking on her behalf, I hope she agrees with others saying, is the inclusivity in her pageantry. You do not have to be a certain look to be involved, but you have to you can learn skills through the pageantry that will make you more confident, because pageantry is not about showing how you look only. It's about talking to a purpose and displaying your elegance and displaying your knowledge, and the whole combination there is beautiful. That is what beauty is, you know. It's not only about how you look. So as you said, singing Floor, we could go on and on and on about as we do
Yes.
talking about that. But for me, I'd just like to invite you to just say a few words before we go to another interlude around what giving does. I know you come from many perspectives. What giving does to people. You know, when you give, you know, biblically it says better to give than receive, but obviously there's other schools of thoughts. So can I just invite you to just speak on giving?
Okay, so for me, I mean, I think I'll use the use of self. I believe that giving changes lives, and I also feel that because we give sacrificially, it makes us committed. It makes us committed to a cause. It helps us help change people's lives. I also believe that giving expands you as a person, because you're digging deep. You're giving from a place sometimes where we don't have, or you're giving from excess, but you're giving away, and giving away is not easy. I can guarantee you. But giving away to make sure, giving away because you're giving to a cause that will change people's lives, I think that's the greatest blessing ever. You know, the Bible says it's more blessed to give than to receive, and I completely agree. There's a sense of fulfillment and satisfaction that we have when we give, particularly when we know what our giving is going to do. And in this case, that's why I keep on saying, I'm challenging people, dig deep. Because when we start seeing smiles on people's faces, when we start seeing people that didn't have mobility, when we start seeing people that didn't have dignity, start having dignity. We were talking about sanitary towels. We're taking it for granted that everybody can have access to sanitary towels, but it's not no, there isn't. There's sanitary poverty. And so it's when we give and someone gets educated as a consequence, which we've just not touched one life. We've touched maybe a whole generation of people and changed the complexion of those people's lives. So when we give, we never give in vain. We always give. When we give, we're depositing a seed that has the potential to change in different directions and in different dimensions. That's why I love giving. I love giving because it just completely changes humanity. And when we give right, such as giving to a cause like Mumba's Children Project, we are depositing blessings upon blessings, because we're looking at a community where we can actually physically see it, visibly see it, change before our very own eyes. So why not give? Why not dig deep? Why not search your heart and think carefully about all the things we've shared today? Even if you're only going to change one person's life, that change can bring about a revolution in terms of that person's family, in the context of that person's family. You never know. Maybe you'll be giving to the next solution provider. You might be giving to the next doctor. You might be giving to the next engineer. You might be giving to the next president.
My thoughts exactly. A good point, a good place to end there. You might be giving to the next president of the Republic of Zambia. Who knows? Okay. Mr. DJ or our convener, or whatever you're called, could we go to an interlude of music, please?
Wala ku market yo. Sajira wala ku market. Oh. Oh. Okay.
mweho chitao pana mwenzanje pano pamuzi mulie na zoni nayo shuma kuwera kuchechi wona baleterera ukala kotani mama mwe pano pamuzi chitao pana yosanje mwe chitao pa mama ne pano pamuzi mulie na zoni na mwe kuwera yangu mama shuma baleterera ukala kotani mama mwe pano pamuzi chitao pana yosanje ne Opa mama ne, panopa muti mulie na owa na mwishuma Mwera tata mama shua, baleterera Shikondi chotani mama mwe, panopa muti Sita opa na yosanje me Sita opa mama ne, panopa muti mulie na zoni na mwe Mwera yangu mama shua, baleterera Ukala kotani mama mwe, panopa muti
Iwe, muona hivi. Ekubake chukute. Iwe, anasema unaenda chani. Tomuishi meshani. Iwe. Nashukuru sana unasema kupeleka pia. Nashukuru.
Uchitira nsanje kajumu kona iwe. Kachufuna unga kuleko masau pangono na mpasa kachufuna pacha pangono na somba wanafuna kushikako ati chigwile mwisho ati chigate nayo ati chigwile mwisho ati chigate ati chigwile mwisho ati chigate pegete twaya mama ati tie mwisho ati chigate mwisho ati chigwile mwisho ati chigwile nayo ati tie mama ati chigwile tie ati tie
Alo, mwebwanyi wa mbuya. Esetiri bwino kwa machaba atake Edward Nsanje.
Mbona niwe? Mbona ni? Awe mbuya. Awe emko awe
chikali chivutika lotaleta zonse mwainu tiziba inu simhule pela. If my people who are called by my name would humble themselves and pray, then shall I hear from heaven and heal their land. Kaonga sikomo pakuti pasa musogoleri amena kumbuka kuti kuli yenu na pempelo Mwalengele Zambia Christian nation Nomba twalia nempanga nevichito vyesu Kusontane minwendo kuhula muchinshi kundungulu shiawe
Chalo chasuni mwe dada dobika fyonse kuli imwe wa Yahweh.
The Bible says, blessed is the nation whose God is Lord, and so we are. Juta dada mutitu is king. We lift our heads.
Atuteke mtima shezuno gufwefyo mpashalelanda Atwalule mibele Yesu ngabene Zambia chakwe nokuchita fyonse fyo chilandapo wapokelela elyo wasamwa n'obuchingo bwakwe bwonse paliwe weshuko kuchalwe cha Zambia ichipokelele Yesu nokumukonka wapokelela Zambia wapokololwa kufivifingiwe wapokololwa maboko yenu twabika ichalo chesu mwezimu Shimukoko chansono, Yahweh tutekeni.
Hello, good evening, and welcome. Welcome, Flo. You're on screen now. You're on air. Um, so we've been going for about 2 hours. Yeah, about 2 3/4 of an hour. Well, 1 3/4 of an hour. We started off at 6, and it's almost 9. Oh, that's a bit more. That's 2 3/4 of an hour. And we've raised £220 so far. So thank you so much. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you all. It's January and it's a very long month, and therefore every little penny that you give is so much appreciated. We have a lot of responsibilities, but we're really grateful for your contributions. Can I just remind you on how you can contribute today, how you can make a donation today? So there is a GoFundMe page for Mumba Children's Project. You can donate on there from anywhere across the world. There is also, you can also pay into Mumba Children's Project on PayPal. So it's at Mumba's Children's Project, and that's all one word. You can pay into that account on PayPal, or you can pay into the e-wallet on MTN 0760759111. So there's many ways of making your donations, but for the £220 we've raised within this this time, we're really grateful. Thanks for being very generous this evening. Okay, I'll just like to just say we've heard a lot of testimonies from Zambia, from Pongwe, and from the UK around the charitable work of Mumba's Children's Project. But I'd also like us to just think about the extension of the impact of this good work. We did talk about the beneficiaries, but also let's just think about how other people who are not direct recipients of the donations are probably impacted. So I am a nurse, and one thing we do as nurses or any medical profession is we go to work and we expect to do a good day's job. You know, we don't go there and feel, oh, I'll just put in whatever I can put in today. So where you go to work and you see people are in need of medical equipment, mobility equipment, and it can't be provided, that impacts to you as a practitioner. It does impact you. And that if that continuously impacts on you, it may also impact on your mental state and on your well-being. There's a whole concept around moral distress. So as a practitioner, as a a medical practitioner, you go to work and you don't do a good day's job because there's limitations due to shortages of equipment. That has an impact not only on the patient, but also on the caregiver or the nurse or the practitioner. So you are distressed morally because you haven't been able to deliver to your high standard or to the standard that is expected, or even a basic standard where people actually get what they need. And over a period of time, this may cause moral injury. And so basically, you can make a difference not only to the recipients of these of this medical equipment, but also to the people who are very close to them. People who work with them in a professional capacity, families, friends, and the whole community. So I just wanted to say that I don't know, Flo, moral injury, moral distress, where you go to work and you don't do a good day's job because you're limited. What do you think? I think you're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, much better.
Okay. So please repeat the question.
So I was just talking about moral distress, where a medical practitioner goes to work with the intention of obviously delivering the best care they can, but there's limitations because the equipment is missing or the equipment they have is broken. So they finish their shift and obviously they're distressed morally because when you enter a caring profession, it's not only about the money, because there is no money in the caring business. It's about the outcomes, the impact you have on your patients and the people you're responsible for. So moral distress and a day shift can turn into moral injury over a period of time, and this has a psychological impact on you as an individual, but also the way you deliver care. Yeah. So I was just thinking, obviously the donations that are being made today go beyond impacting on the individuals receiving them. The impact on the people who are very close to the individual in terms of their professional role, but also in terms of their social role. So I just wanted to hear whether you've got any thoughts about moral injury and how probably this impacts on people, and whether, you know, breaking that chain can improve things for people receiving care in hospital. Because if your nurse is not okay, if your doctor is not okay, I wonder what the impact that can be on the person who's receiving care.
I think, Christine, people, I always believe that a lot of people go into the caring profession because they're called. It's a vocation. They're called because they want to improve lives. And if you're working in an environment where, for instance, if we take when we had COVID, when people didn't have PPE, the impact that it had on them when they were not able to provide the care they feel they were called to give, the quality care they thought they were called to give. I can imagine that's very soul destroying. And I think, I mean, it must give the caregivers an element of feeling hopeless. Why am I doing what I'm doing if I'm not improving lives? And that's where I think we come in, when we start being able to mobilize ourselves and say, okay, let's bridge the gap. Let's reduce that moral injury. Let's take responsibility as a people and not just leave it perhaps to the powers that be or to the government, but us as a people and as a community, we will rise up and we will make sure that we contribute to some extent, to an extent, to bridge that gap and to take away and reduce all these deficits that we see, because there will always be deficits. But I think right now, when we stand together, we're actually working towards bridging that deficit. We're removing a lot of things that we can't even physically see. Some of the things we can see when we go on Mumba's Children's Project, but there are other things that are not tangible, that you cannot see. And I think that's when you're talking about reducing moral injury, that also brings a sense of fulfillment to the caregiver. It gives a sense of fulfillment.
Yeah, and how fulfilling is it to be to sleep in the knowledge that you have made a difference, not only to the person who needs the piece of equipment, but also to colleagues who are working tirelessly to support people in need, in as part of what they do in work. But also, I'm sure, and I am aware, and I'm privy to a lot of caregivers, nurses, doctors, other medical professions, always going over and beyond what they're called to. It is a vocation, and most people still hold that compassion within them to give and to make a difference. So by donating today, you will be impacting on a lot of people. Let me just remind you how you can donate. GoFundMe. There's a GoFundMe page on Mumba's Children's Project. You can donate through PayPal at Mumba's Children Project, and through MTN number 076 075 9111. I'll repeat that number, the MTN number 0760 759 111. So those are the ways you can donate today, and thank you very much for your donations so far. We have received £220 today, just this evening, for the few hours we've worked. I think, Flo, you're still on. We can still hear you. Okay, so I was just going to talk about one area that where Mumba's Children's Project is making a difference.
Yeah. So I've made a plan. So I'm gonna go by taxi to
Right. Okay. I don't know whether you can mute. Yeah. Thank you. So I was just going to talk about some of the activities of Mumba's Children Project, and I was going to talk about the football. So Mpongwe, where most of the projects happen, have got both a girls football club and a boys football club, and the donations that are made usually are football boots and jerseys. You know, the I don't know what they call them. I'm not a football fanatic, but the jerseys that the girls and the boys wear. And I think we've had much success, or they've had much success in the tournaments, the local tournaments in Pongwe. So we're really, really grateful for all the donations and the difference you're making through your donations. Right, I'll take a break there whilst we wait for Flo to come back online. So over to you, Oscar. Probably a showcase of some of the work around sport, if you have it at hand. But also, we also need to hear Inonge's second part of Inonge's video. So if you showcase the work, then we'll come back to the second part of Inonge's video. That would be great. Thank you.
Good evening and a very happy new year to you all. My name is Viema Maliti. I am Cancer Diseases Hospital's Chief Nursing Officer. I have worked in oncology for the last 14 years. So I have seen the hospital grow from a smaller outpatient facility that offered chemotherapy and radiation therapy but had no inpatient beds to now a 252-bed hospital that has expanded its services from the initial chemo and radiotherapy to now offer surgical oncology services, palliative care, nuclear medicine, and pediatric oncology. So I'm very excited to be here and very, very grateful to Mumba Children's Project for how they have supported us in the last few years. I remember a few years ago, Ruth Msakabantu came from the UK with a suitcase, especially for me, sent with love from Auntie Hilda. And when I opened that case, there were colostomy bags and there were bandages, and I was ecstatic because our patients, especially the ones with colorectal cancer, tend to suffer. They need colostomy bags, but most people can't afford them, and you would not want to know what they have to go through. So we were able to distribute these to some of our inpatients and also give them to the social worker and the surgical unit to be able to distribute these to patients in need. We are so, so thankful. And then again, Auntie Hilda herself came over with a suitcase that again had stuff for us, and we also had some toys for the children, bandages, colostomy bags. We were absolutely ecstatic. We were happy. And we are so grateful that we get to be blessed by these donations that come from so, so far away. We're thankful to the donors who put in so much and sacrifice so much to be able to support us back here. And then the last time we got wheelchairs, 19 wheelchairs. That was beautiful because it was at a time when our wheelchairs had become rickety and we had very few. We were very happy and very excited, and we had Miss Malamata come over, and it was a wonderful moment. We got to distribute those throughout the whole hospital. Every ward got to benefit. So for me, I would say from the bottom of my heart that this is a very noble cause that has to be supported by all well-meaning individuals and entities, because our government system requires support.
Hello, I'm Dr. Nshinka from Dola Teaching Hospital under the Urology Department. My department has about 12 doctors, and essentially we see about 120 patients every week. These are urology patients that we see in the outpatient department, and we would like to say a big thank you to our donors, because the products that you donate to us, including catheters, including cannulas, ureteric cannulas, etc., go a long way to helping our patients, especially those that are socially and economically challenged. So thank you so much.
and they run the center there. So this is like a very personal project going on. And guys, you know how we see viral videos going on and then we say, oh my God, this is so touching. I wish there was something I could do, but I don't have enough money. Here is a project where we can help with the little we have, and together the power in working together. If we all helped just a little bit, a little kwacha, a little euro, a little pound, this money put together, we can help Hilda, who has already assembled equipment to help the disabled people in Zambia, and all she needs is us to help her with transporting these things to Zambia, so that we don't see these stories where we see a child on a makeshift wheelchair, but they can have access to wheelchairs, which Hilda and the team have collected in the UK, and the only thing they want is to send them to Zambia. So you and I can help with the little we have, and we help the people, the disabled people who don't have access to wheelchairs and other equipment. So you
So we heard that vote of thanks from Chief Nursing Officer Maleti. She just gave testimony to the impact of the donations to her hospital, the Cancer Diseases Hospital. She I think they've had 2 donations from Mumba Children's Project, and both of the donations have been greatly appreciated and have gone a long way to changing the lives of the people they care for. We also heard from Inonge, who appealed to everybody again to donate as much as they can today to help the container reach Zambia. So the container at the moment has, I think, 120 wheelchairs and other items that will be of great benefit to the people who need them. The difference, the difference you can make is give us some money, or donate some money towards the transportation of these goods to Zambia. It is, I think, it's much easier when you're in the diaspora to collect items or to get donations, but it's much harder to get the donations to the people who need them the most. Due to health and safety regulation within the country, there's a lot of items that go unused and cannot be reallocated to people who need them in this country. But that legislation is there just to prevent I think it's around liability and all that. This doesn't mean the goods are of less value or are not as safe as they would be. With the right health and safety, with the right infection control processes in place, the equipment and the goods, the medical equipment and the goods are good enough for use. And therefore, the legislation in Zambia allows us to make sure it's safe and clean and ready for the next user. So your money today, your donation today will help us move this, I think it's 40-foot container from the UK to Zambia with items that will be useful to people in hospitals, in the community, and to use them in terms of improving their lives. So Mumba Children's Project specializes in, I think, mobility equipment mainly, and has been donating over the years a number of items like wheelchairs, walking sticks, and other items. So today our appeal is to raise funds to get these items to people in Zambia. Before the break, we were talking about moral injury, and it was good to see Chief Nursing Officer Maleti. Her face lit up when she was talking about the donations. As a professional working in the hospital, obviously, she has first-hand experience of the impact of not having the right equipment on people. The difference it makes to have the right equipment, the difference it makes on individuals, on families, on communities is great. And I guess right throughout the program today, it's been quite evident what difference it does make. It ranges from making the person more mobile to move from A to B, to empowering the person because they are mobile to also earn some money and provide for their family. So it is a great impact, and your money will make a difference. I was just going to talk about the other activities that Mumba Charity does. I was going to talk about the sports. I think I touched on that. The sports activities are around providing equipment for people to engage in sporting activities. So it's mainly providing the teams with football boots and jerseys. The teams in Mpongwe, where most of the beneficiaries are, do compete competitively in the region, and I think they have been they have won a few tournaments over the years. So some of the equipment that will be in the container will include these football boots and jerseys for these teams. And as Flo said in an earlier segment, basically your donation can make a difference to individuals, communities, and I think can help people socially mobilize from where they are in Pongwe in a small community, rural community, to probably access better education, better facilities, and better opportunities in life. So when you're making the donations, just think about the wider implications to people. Can I just remind you how you can donate to today's event? You could donate to go by donating on the GoFundMe page for Mumba Children's Project. You can send your donation to PayPal at Mumba Children's Project, and that's one word, Mumba's Children Project, and that's one word. Or you can donate to a Zambian line, which is an MTN line, or 760-759-111. Or 760-075-9111. So there's 3 ones in the end, at the end. The last update we had is that we had raised £220 so far, and I'm sure that number has changed. We're also waiting to hear from the auction that was happening earlier today. I think it's going to close at it closed about an hour ago. So Rosemary will come back and tell us how much they raised from the auction. So, right, I have no one to chat with now. So I'll just ask Oscar to play a video or some music for us. Oh, Flo is here. All right, it's nice to have company. Flo, I was just talking about sports and the sporting activities that happen in Pongwe. I know that Rosemary and Hilda have been to a few very famous boarding schools in the UK. You know the boarding schools I'm talking about. These are boarding schools whose graduates end up at number 10. So they've been there and they've had donations of football boots. So the kids that they go to those schools basically use the football boots, leave them and go home, and the next term they'll come with new ones. So Rosemary and Hilda have had donations from them, but they've spent hours and hours scrubbing them and making sure that they are safe in terms of health and safety. Spraying with antifungal, making sure that the next recipient won't, won't catch something nasty. So, what's your take on sport and health and well-being, Flo? Oh, you're mute again.
Okay, sorry about that. I actually think it's a very important part of a child's development, anybody's development. I believe that sporting activity helps us all be healthy. And so when I've seen Mumba's Children's Project being very passionate about that, I really, really love that, especially when I saw the football boots in Mpongwe transported from here to Mpongwe. The smiles on those faces, priceless, absolutely priceless. And so, and this is, I think, what I was saying. I think I love the fact that the charity looks at meeting needs from a holistic point of view, and sport is very important. It's a very, very important part of what the charity is achieving and promoting. And you know how much I love sports. I mean, you and I have. Need I say any more? But yes, I'm a very firm believer that the body has to move. The body must move.
Every day.
Every day, yes.
Come rain or shine, the body has to move. Yes.
Yes.
Maybe you could be the sporting ambassador from Pongwe.
Well,
yeah.
I grew up watching a lot of rugby, and it was quite interesting. One day, it was reported in the Zambia Daily Mail that I think the reporter was there that day, and he said he was very surprised to see a very, very young ladies knowing everything about rugby, and they were able to pinpoint, oh, that's a try, that's this and that. And so, and again, I'm a football fanatic, so you're you're speaking to the right person here in terms of promotion of sports, sporting activity. I'm extremely passionate about seeing that being developed at even a wider extent. I'd like to see the mums and the dads getting involved in if a five-a-side and stuff like that, because I think what I like about sport is it's an activity that involves group work, teamwork, and that I think is invaluable when you're doing capacity building and trying and reaching out to people in the community.
Oh, I like that idea of involving the older folk. Sporting activities, as you say, it has many benefits apart from the physical activity that people are engaging in. I guess there's that strategic planning. When you're in a team, you need to form, you storm, you have differences, and how do you resolve those differences? All that, those are skills. There will be differences, there will be challenges when you're working as a team. But what working in a team does, it helps you appreciate the other. And I guess team sports are good for a lot of things, socializing, developing social skills. And these skills are transferable to the workplace, aren't they? They build confidence. Yeah, they build confidence. They build problem-solving skills. They build that, the etiquette that you have within a team, whereby even though you don't think the other person is pulling their weight, you develop skills to verbally convey that in a way that doesn't really hurt them, because they are important to the team and they form part of that team. Talking about teamwork, you did talk about people who donate, who are donating today or who are engaged in this program, being part of the team and joining up the team. I think that's really important to consider anybody who's supporting this fundraising or the project itself as a team member. And as a team member, you are probably vested in the interests of the organization and interested in the outcomes. So anybody who has engaged today, either by having a segment in this event or donating, I think we would like to thank you. And I think Mumba Children's Project would like to convey their welcome, or to welcome you to the team that's making a difference. So thank you very much for all your donations, and thank you very much for being part of the team. Something we do, Flo, is that we always sit down and think, oh, I wish I could make a difference. I wish I could make a difference. But sometimes it's not about you starting something else, isn't it? It's about you engaging with existing projects such as this one. I mean, it's got many benefits in terms of efficiency. The whole infrastructure is already built. All you have to do is just your little bit. For example, if you decided to become, sports ambassador or physical activity ambassador, whatever title, you won't be thinking about registering your initiative. You won't be thinking about all the governance related to that, banking, transparency, taxes. You can come on board without and do your part without going through all that rigmarole on your own. Yeah, let's talk about partnerships and the benefits of that.
Yeah, and I think, for me, I always believe that together we are strong, and that also the reason why we partner is that why invent the wheel when there's an existing vehicle? Why not join hands? Why don't we work alongside one another to strengthen that which is already existing? And so I think the power of partnership is saying, I can do something else, but why water it down and dilute when there's already something that we've seen working? And therefore, it's really important, yes, I know that people can have different passions, but most of what Mumba's Children's Project is doing is something we're all passionate about. We all want to help. We all want to send the elevator back down. We all want satisfaction. We all want to see something that works. We all want to see the smiles that we're seeing in Impongwe to a greater extent. So that's why I think for me, partnership is extremely important. And if people have different things that they want to do in life, again, we're not all going to set up charities. Some of us are always going to stand alongside. And that's why I'm inviting you today. Stand alongside, give, and it will come back to you. It will come back to you good measure. We already know what Mumba's Children's Project is all about. It will come back to you, shaken together, pressed down, and that's what we all want. We want to see impact, we want to see effect, and we want to see change. So here's an opportunity for you to join hands and create, so that we can create that change together.
Okay, shall I ask Oscar for a break? Then you can come back and you take center stage to talk about Ubuntu and how Ubuntu is,
Yes.
I'll leave it to you because I know that's something you're passionate about and well versed in. So Ubuntu after the break. Thanks, Oscar. Take over.
Kola pansi ine siniziba kutari kapena pafupi siniziba tine muntu chape so munatu moyo wako ndiwe weka chape sililile pa weka chape pali ndila zibili neoni kuti Pamuye umoyo wanga ulimumanja yanga sono chili kwaine kuzipeleka pamuye sana lelo amuye ngenani mumutima wanga lelo amuye ngenani mumutima wanga sana lelo amuye ngenani mumutima wanga lelo amuye ngenani panshita inshita shonse echalo chile chinja tule imwena fwe bantu tule chinja tule imwena no mati tulane kopa kuchinja mieo shesu no mati tulane kopa ufumu wakwalesa umwenso wanji kataine kuzipeleka kwambuye umoyo wanga ulimumanja yanga sono chili kwaine kuzipeleka kwambuye sana lelo amuye ngenani mumutima wanga lelo amuye ngenani mumutima wanga sana lelo amuye ngenani mumutima wanga lelo amuye ngenani mumutima wanga mufwela konse mayo andi
Zambia Police Service will remain active in promoting peace, harmony and order. We are one Zambia, one nation.
Iseni bonse twikatane muchalo chesu cha Zambia nentumbulu shishonse twalonga twikatane bane iseni bonse twikatane muchalo chesu cha Zambia nentumbulu shishonse twalonga twikatane Iseni bonse twikatane muchalo chesu cha Zambia netumbulu shishonse twalonga twikatane Iseni bonse twikatane muchalo chesu cha Zambia netumbulu shishonse twalonga twikatane bane iseni bonse twikatane muchalo chesu cha Zambia netumbulu shishonse twalonga twikatane Iseni bonse twikatane muchalo chesu cha Zambia netumbulu shishonse twalonga twikatane Chafuma kwi oh ichakwi payana bane Chafuma kwi oh ifya kulwa bane Chafuma kwi ifya kusalana ne mitundu Chafuma kwi oh ifya kwipayana bane Chafuma kwi Chafuma kwi oh ifya kupayana bane Chafuma kwi oh ifya kulwa bane Chafuma kwi Chafuma kwi oh ifya kulwa bane Chafuma kwi oh ifya kusalana ne mitundu Chafuma kwi
Wana bamulimu kulwana kuzwa kai aliyeni luswalisane Zambia kina elimu
mwe bana bakwalesa Zambia chalo chesu tuleke fya kulwa n'okwipayana
bana baleza Zambia chishi chesu atulekesha kulwana bana okuyayana
imwe mazambia nzimwe nanga kupayana bayana kuchosa mapanga kupaya kuyamu na vichosa kuni leto yayi
bana bakwalesa byakulwalwalwa byafuma pi lesankambo tukwashayi tuyumo
twilalwa
Hello, welcome back. We're just talking about Ubuntu there with Flo before the intermission. Ubuntu is obviously a philosophy that Africans hold really dear to their hearts. It's about supporting each other as a community. It's about humanism. It's about family. It's about friends. It's about teamwork. So Flo does give a lovely talk on Ubuntu. So when she does join us, I think it would be interesting to have a conversation around Ubuntu. So the reason we're here today, obviously, is to make an appeal for donations towards the transportation of a 40-foot container to Zambia. The container contains mobility aids, mobility devices, and other specialized medical items that will be donated to individuals and hospitals and institutions across Zambia. But the hub of this activity is in Pongwe. So how do you donate? If you want to donate, there is a GoFundMe page, Mumba's Children's Project. You can find it obviously on the GoFundMe page. If you Google Mumba's Children's Project GoFundMe, you'll be able to go to the page. You can also donate by PayPal. So at Mumba's Children's Project, so all that is one word, at Mumba's Children's Project. Then the other way to donate is through a donation through MTN e-wallet. So it's an MTN e-wallet in Zambia. It's 0760-759-111. So that's how we donate. The last update on the donations was £220 this evening. I'm sure that number is a bit higher now. So Oscar, can we bring in Flo if she's around, please? Yeah, welcome back, Flo. I was just saying to everybody that you give a lovely, passionate talk around Ubuntu because that's really close to your heart. And that's a philosophy we do live by in Africa, but most especially Southern Africa. I think we embrace that. But across the African continent, Ubuntu is at the center of our values. We are, because, you know, we are all in it together, basically, is the philosophy. I think we've lost Flo again.
Hi.
Right, so over to you and do your Ubuntu talk. I know he speaks passionately about it. So over to you.
Thank you, Christine. Ubuntu, very close to my heart. Ubuntu, Abantu, Umuntu. And I am because we are. Very, very important. As Zambians, we believe in doing things collectively. And one of the values I've grown up with as a Zambian is that togetherness, that collectiveness, where there's a problem, the solution is resolved by either the family unit, but also the external family, and then we've got another family. There's layers and layers and layers of family, and that's how the whole community connects as one. I grew up in a very small mining town where we knew everybody, and even up to today, everybody, we see each other as if we come from one village, and yet, you know, mainly because of that, the spirit of Ubuntu. Why is Ubuntu so important? It's the connection that we have to others, the communal responsibility. When people are talking about CSR now, you know, corporate social responsibility, it's derived from Ubuntu. Human dignity. Christine today spoke about dignity. How do we preserve dignity within our communities? It's because we use the spirit of Ubuntu. We allow the spirit of Ubuntu. When the spirit of Ubuntu is in you, your thoughts, your actions, your deeds are about improving the lifestyle of others, about giving back to the community that has given so much to you, about being part of a community and being able to extend your love through actions and through the things that we do, through caring for others. And that's how we've been raised. Ubuntu is about caring more than is necessary. Ubuntu is about selflessness. Ubuntu is about giving out. I always like this. I like to say Ubuntu is about sending the elevator back down. wherever we are in society, we are on some form of elevation, because we get better from who we were yesterday. Today, we're better than who we were yesterday. So I'm appealing to you, Ubuntu, Umuntu, Abantu. Without Ubuntu, Umuntu, Abantu, we cannot be, because we are.
Excellent, excellent, excellent reminder. And I guess everybody who's tuned in today, everybody who is of Zambian origin, everybody who's African origin can relate to that. That's who we are as a people. We are Abantu because of Ubuntu. So you can't be Muntu on your own. That is frowned upon. And I guess there's a lot of people trying to break the tradition and become Umuntu on their own. It just doesn't work. You'll be put back. We are Abantu together. Right. No, we live by the spirit of Ubuntu. Quick update. I think Rosemary will be joining us very soon, but I got some information that they have raised over £2,000 from the auction. So Rosemary, when she did come on, she talked about an auction happening today, and they have raised over £2,000. I think the exact figure was something like £2,262, and that's all going to this project, the Mumba Children's Project. And the project and the fundraising event is all about transporting a 40-foot container that is here in the UK to Zambia. The 40-foot container contains essential and important medical devices to support individuals and families in Zambia. I can see Rosemary has joined us, and I guess she's got good news for us. Hi, Rosemary. Welcome back, Rosemary. I don't know whether you can hear me.
Hi.
I hear you got good news from the auction.
Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
All right. Okay, you're on air now.
Yes. We raised. Lovely, thank you. Yes, we raised £642.05 from the online auction tonight.
All right. Okay, I must have got the wrong figures. It looked like £2,000. That is a lot of money.
No, £2,000 was last night in the restaurant at the top of my road, but today the online auction lasts a whole week. It goes from Saturday to Saturday, and it's just finished at 8 o'clock, and that one was £1,642.05. So a total of £3,642.05.
Oh, that is excellent. I understand from the donations that the last time we had an update, we had £220. I was just saying, January is a very long month for a lot of people, especially those who take they take the responsibility to make sure people around them, the loved ones, have a nice Christmas. So at Christmas, they'll be helping out with Christmas in Zambia, Christmas around here. So January tends to be a very long month. So we are really, really, really grateful for all the donations today, all the people who actually put a bid in the auction, and all the people who turned up yesterday. You guys had a great jolly there. I mean, I could see all the dancing. I saw Hilda dancing. I said, "What?" I said, "What's happened to her arthritis?"
Well, we were a very mixed group, but it was interesting. I wanted to do something for only £20 that a lot of people could afford to come to, and that was to include food. So we had £20 a ticket. People were very varied. Some of the ladies were well into their 70s. Some of them were quite young, about 10 men, so mainly women. And so we had the restaurant did a buffet, and the DJ, she normally DJs in Ibiza.
All right, you had a female DJ.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right,
we had a DJ. Lisa was a regular in Ibiza for years.
Oh,
and,
wow.
She fits our group perfectly. She's a healer, and she's a really sensitive, lovely woman, but she's an amazing, very vibrant DJ. And then we had a lady called Julie Jive, who she never sang in public till she was 25 because she was so shy. And, and this is what we are as a group of women. We tend to be sensitive women. Our businesses are heart-centered. We're here to do our bit to change the world through our work. People normally have a dream or a passion that they really want to fulfill to make a difference to themselves, to their family, to their community, to the world, really. That's what Winning Women's about. And as I said, when we started, we were global Winning Women, and now we're international because we have 2 meetings a month in Essex, and we have one which is online. So we have people coming in from Europe and the States, and two of the prizes in the auction were from my friends in the US.
Yeah. Oh wow, that's wonderful work, Rosemary. I guess you are an international baby. Apart from being honorary Zambian, you're obviously a citizen of the world. So well done in that piece of work around well women. So it extends beyond the boundaries of Southend-on-Sea, then.
Yeah, it started off. It was a franchise, and it was an expert system. We're the only group, and having Zoom meetings, and I've got some coach training in the States, so I've got a big American community, and people are across Europe now, aren't they? So I called it international. So we're kind of Essex and international, and the idea is that people's businesses with Zoom, whereas we could only work locally. Now I can have clients, well, I have done for years, but clients in, Australia and the States. And I did an online money workshop in 2020 for the first time, and I had 16 women in the UK and 4 from the United States. And that was, we can do so much more now, can't we? We can be so expansive and inclusive and share our magic and our wisdom across the world.
Are you still doing Are you still doing the money online workshops? Because this is a good time for those workshops. Yeah. Are you still doing them?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, I'll be quite separately.
I did one. Yeah, I've done maybe 10 now, and I last did one in the autumn, but I'll probably do one later this year. Yeah, but it was nice I had a group of women in my home to do it recently, so now it's nice to come physically in the same room again. But I will do more online. Yes, it's but you can keep the price quite modest. So, and even on a Zoom table like this, the women can still make amazing connections. It's like a real soul group comes together in these calls, and I really encourage them to work together off screen. You two need to help each other. Can you help each other with this? And they'll go, oh, okay. And then maybe you'll have a collaboration between Essex and Arizona coming up. And we do regularly. I'm a connector. I love to connect people. And I create communities where people can be themselves so they can make really heart-centered connections and not worry about competition or criticism or judgment or those kind of things.
Yeah, I've met some of the ladies in Southend-on-Sea, and the warmth they exude is palpable. You instantly feel at home, and well, maybe it's just me, but I instantly felt at home, and I was making connections instantly because of the warmth and the lack of judgment. I did not have to perform. I came as me, and I knew I'd be accepted with my imperfections. So thank you very much for that. We are all beautiful with our imperfections, perfect with our imperfections. So,
yeah. Thank you.
So we were no, go ahead, Rosemary.
No, I'm done. I'm done. I wondered if you wanted to bring someone else on, so I'll leave. But
no. I was just going to say thank you very much, and thank you for the women you have been working with over the last few weeks to raise money for this important cause. I'm ever so grateful to you individually, Rosemary. I don't know where you get your energy from. Probably you've got magic hands, you know, the massages you give and the alternative therapies you deliver. They're definitely working if you are, you know, practicing them yourselves. So thank you very much for everything you do. So could you just repeat the grand total for us, please?
It's £3,640.05.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you to everybody who's contributed to that grand total. We are getting there slowly, but we couldn't do it, or Mumba's Children's Project couldn't do it without you, Rosemary. You live by, you know, you live, breathe, think, I don't know, everything by Mumba's Children's Project. So thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. If Hilda were here, I'm sure she'll be saying the same. And please extend your thanks to your project group, yeah, as well, because they've been working hard with you. Thank you very much.
Can I just ask you something, Christine? What's the link? Find the link so people can watch this.
Right. I'll ask.
Where do we find the link so people can watch?
So if you go into the green room, Oscar will put a link there. If that's possible, Oscar.
Wonderful.
If you put the link in the green room. Yeah, so hang around in the green room and just get the link and share it from there, if that's okay. Yeah, okay.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Christine, thank you so much for what you're doing. And well done, everyone. And yeah, people, let's get these. We've got a container full and waiting to go. We've got enough to fill 2 more containers here. We have a lot of equipment waiting to go. So please share with everyone you can, anyone who's got an interest in shooting to, give people the freedom of good health and mobility. Yes. Thank you.
Yes, freedom of good health and mobility, a container at a time. All right. Okay. I don't know whether it's still on.
Bye-bye.
So thank you very much, Rosemary. Bye-bye. Okay, so you heard from Rosemary, a lot of money raised there, £3,640 raised from the activities that Rosemary and others have been engaged in the last month. So the auction has been going for a month, and yesterday they had, it was a fundraising event in a restaurant, so they had music, food, and dance. And you heard they had an internationally renowned DJ, female DJ. So everybody across, across England, across the world is helping to raise this money to get the equipment to Zambia. So please do your part. And as you heard Florence, or Flo, as I call her, talk about Ubuntu. And I just reiterated, if you're Zambian, you're African, if you're a citizen of the world, you can do Umuntu, which is a person singular. You have to do Ubuntu because together we are, So I'll just leave it there and pass on the mic to Oscar to play music or play a video, whatever he has at hand, just to promote the course. Thank you very much. Over to you, Oscar.
balituletelela twalisuwe ishina shose manyinenwe nabo bakutusumina balipumwe nokutukwa eichime mulumba bana bambi ichalo chesuwe alana chafya
Good evening, good night, everybody. We've come to the end of this event and we have raised £3,860 towards the transportation of the container to Zambia. This has happened via 3 events. So there was a social event yesterday in Southend-on-Sea. Today's event has raised £220 and the auction has also raised £1,640. So altogether is £3,860. We acknowledge, that it's a very difficult time at the moment financially, and we are really, really grateful for your contributions. So thank you very much, and thank you everybody who participated in today's event, and thank you for all your donations. I would like to end there by saying thank you and good night to everybody. Bye-bye.
Abantu bakakulwa Mungimbo shenka Abengi bakulwa Mukubalenya Mukubalenya babayawe Mungimbo shenka Abengi Mungimbo shenka Abengi bakulwa Mukubalenya Shenka, Arengi, Wimbo Shenka, Wayawe abo abamakosa bawisishe Jeriko, Wayawe abo abamakosa bawisishe Jeriko. Mungimbo shenka Jeriko yawa Mungimbo shenka Jeriko yena yawa Tayawe Shenka kabemba bakwimbo limbo ikibiri byaisula bakwimbo limbo benda bakakulwa abenda Paulo na bawingati abenda Paulo limbo abo limbo
Lesakale mwatile kenda nobe oh kale mwatile kenda nobe mwansalile ilwenta matanda tashila fuma mwansalile ilyo mwenshi taula wako lesakale mwatile kenda nove kale mwatile kenda nove nangunchule tata mumwe wandi amalanda ya fule shasakamane bantukale mwansalile nangwa mabibi yemeshani amecho ya fule shasakamane bantukale mwansalile nangwe fintu fikonse ukwikala wandi shikwete fyakudya apakulala shasakamane nimwe mweka mwansalile mwansalile ilyomayo talabako mwansalile idiotata talabako lesakale mwatile kenda nove kale mwatile kenda nove wele sakale kale mwatichile kale mwatile mkenda naine mupimi na mupisumo wele kama wele Nashininke shelelo na moro luselwenu Nashininke shelelo bali besenge Nashininke shelelo na mona makayenu Nashininke shelelo bali besenge bali besenge tata katika kukwika na kwani yao bali besenge bali besenge bali besenge kamwe uondine katika imwenda bafwa lelo ine epondi ififine mulensonga elusemwa nkwatina oh bambi bali mubifungo balechula inchikosho usemo shachela ififine mulensonga elu elusemwa nkwatila nangonchulelelo shasakamaneyo ififine mulensonga elusemwa nkwatila nangusekweine bamwe uwandilelo ififine mulensonga elusemwa nkwatila mukuchula mukulila lyonse nashinikichelelo pali besenge nali mumwaine shakwete pone subilo nashinikichelelo pali besenge vyuma lelo mutendeta bakwatayo ififine mulensonga elusemwa nkwatila mukwikala kwandi yao
which never changes. Its lyrics are forever the same. There is a song which never changes. Its lyrics are forever the same.
Song of love, song of peace, song to unite is what I sing for. Song of love, song of peace, song to unite is what I sing for.
Divided because of race. We can never be divided because of tribe. We can never be divided because of race.
We can never be divided because of tribe. We can never be divided because of race. We can never be divided because of tribe. We can never
Choose now who your leader will be. Choose now by casting your vote. Choose now who your leader will be. Choose now by casting your vote.
Vile Zambia tuikachane, twendele chapamo n'umutima umo. Twiduke tupepe kuri lesa atupele amando yakusale tungulushi muchalo chesu.
Greetings. I am Nelson Piri, Commissioner of Police for Lusaka Division. My command has come up with an initiative to form the Lusaka Division Police Choir for the purpose of sensitizing the community on the crimes affecting them through music. My appeal to you, the general public, is that you should learn and also teach others on the message you would get from our music. Thank you and enjoy the music.
Lusaka Division Police Choir.
When the baby is over, we shall wear a crown. When the baby is over, we shall wear a crown. Yes, we shall wear a crown. Oh, yes, we shall wear a crown. When the baby is over, we shall wear a crown. When the baby is over, we shall wear a crown. Yes, we shall wear a crown. Oh, yes, we shall wear a crown. When the baby is over, we shall wear a crown. When the baby is over, we shall wear a crown. Yes, we shall wear a crown. Oh, yes, we shall wear a crown. When the baby is over, we shall wear a crown. When the baby is over, we shall wear a crown. Yes, we shall wear a crown. Oh, yes, we shall wear a crown. La no twano tunono, fyonse vinga vyapa, kupaya abalume n'abakaso, fyonse vinga vyapa. Yes, we shall wear a crown. Oh, yes, we shall wear a crown. When the baby is over, we shall wear a crown. When the baby is over, we shall wear a crown. Yes, we shall wear a crown. Oh, yes, we shall wear a crown. cross for me to face. I not stop the flood. This power, a friend to face, to help me on to go. To help me on to go.
When the baby is over, we shall wear a crown. When the baby is over, we shall wear a crown. Yes, we shall wear a crown. Oh, yes, we shall wear a crown.
Gender-based violence means the following acts done to that person because of gender. Physical abuse, which means physical harm or injury or using physical force against person, including holding or keeping someone in a place so that the person cannot leave or move freely. Denying another person access to food, water, clothing, shelter, or rest. Torture, inhuman or degrading treatment or punishment. Sexual abuse means having sexual contact with another person by abusing, humiliating, or lowering the integrity by transmitting HIV or any other sexually acquired diseases. Economic abuse. This means depriving a victim his or her own financial resources, including household necessities, medical expenses, school fees, mortgage, or rent. Depriving a victim of their property, denying the victim the right to seek employment, intentionally destroying property for the victim of gender-based violence. Emotional, verbal, and psychological abuse. This means humiliating through insults, name-calling, threats causing emotional distress. Evasion of the person's privacy, liberty, integrity, or security. Causing mental injury to children by fighting in their presence. GBV also means harmful cultural and customary practices such as post-virginity testing, genital mutilation, ritual killings, post-marriages, sexual cleansing, child marriage below 18 years of age, post-spouse inheritance. Oh yes, when GBV is over, we shall indeed wear a crown of peace, freedom, and justice.